This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. A gorgeous afternoon here in downtown St. Louis. It's game number 3 of the 4-game series. The Philadelphia Phillies and the St. Louis Cardinals. And welcome to the broadcast booth here at Busch Stadium. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Tim McCarver will be my partner today. He's down on the field. We're going to go down on the field momentarily as we celebrate the reunion of the 1968 National League champions. Jim Hayes is here as well. The Cardinals offense has been very good as of late, and especially late last night. If you missed it, after an hour and 35-minute rain delay, the offense really has picked it up. 12 runs in the game. 15 hits for the St. Louis Cardinals. They knocked 3 home runs. They walked 5 times. And a real key for them, 6 for 14 with runners in scoring position. So that was good to see from the Cardinals. Michael Wacha pitched very well, and he picked up the win. Now today, this is going to be a lot of fun. A celebration of the 1968 National League Championship team. Some of the biggest names in baseball were a part of that championship club. Certainly you think about Red Schoendienst leading the way, Cepeda, Javier, and of course 1.12, the ERA of Bob Gibson. Remarkable. And this is amazing to see, folks. That's a live look at the great Lou Brock. He is here today. The Cardinals are hoping that Red Schoendienst will be here as well. Many of the members of the 1968 team have made their way back to St. Louis. Tim McCarver, Steve Carlton, and some of the others. And there's a quick lesson right there for Luke Weaver. Hey, try throwing it this way. You might want to look at it this way. Does it get any better? That's what St. Louis is all about. It's about celebrating the great players, the history, and the championships that have been won over the years. So the 1968 National League champions are here. They had a chance to visit with the current players. They'll be introduced momentarily. As a matter of fact, we'll take it downstairs. Longtime PA man here at the ballpark is John Hewlett. Let's see who's in town. The 1968 National League champions are here, and we have it on Fox Sports Midwest.
Today, we honor members of that 1968 team who have come together to celebrate the 50th anniversary of their remarkable season. Joining us on the field to welcome back members of the 1968 team are Cardinals team president Bill DeWitt III and president of baseball operations John Mozeliak. Let's start the introductions with the manager. He's watching from home today, but he is represented here by 2 of his daughters. Please welcome Colleen and Kathleen Schoendienst. Now for the players. Let's start with some family members of Cardinals players who are no longer with us. He spent 8 years in a Cardinal uniform and served as a valuable utility player in 1968, taking the field at 4 different positions. Please welcome Mary Gagliano, representing her husband, the late Phil Gagliano. A catcher on the Redbirds roster, he played 6 seasons for St. Louis and served generations of Cardinals players as a coach for more than 40 years. Please welcome Barbara Ricketts, representing her husband, the late Dave Ricketts. He led the Cardinals in saves in 4 straight seasons, including 1968, when he posted an earned run average of 1.47. Please welcome Darlene Horner, representing her husband, the late Joe Horner. He finished his storied career with 2 seasons as the Cardinals right fielder, helping to lead the team back-to-back pennants. Please welcome Kevin Maris, representing his father, the late Roger Maris. A valuable member of the Cardinals rotation for several seasons in the 1960s, he started 21 games and made 10 relief appearances for the 68 pennant winning club. Welcome back, Larry Jaster. In his second tour of duty with the Cardinals, he posted a 2.91 earned run average while appearing in both starting and relief roles. Welcome back to St. Louis, Mel Nelson. A Springfield, Illinois native and 19-year big league veteran, he started his career with the Cardinals in 1953 and returned to the Redbirds in 1968, appearing in 69 games while playing shortstop and second base. Welcome back, Dick Schofield. An outfielder and third baseman, he contributed to the Cardinals' pennant-winning success in 1964, 67, and 68. And his son Scott was a key member of the Redbirds' 2006 World Series championship. Welcome back to Busch Stadium, Ed Spezio. One of the youngest members of the 68 squad, he broke into the majors with the Cardinals as a 19-year-old in 1965. And in 68, played all three outfield positions for the Cardinals. Welcome back, Bobby Tolan. He was a member of the Cardinals rotation for a decade. In 1968, he won 15 games for the Cardinals, including the first and last games of the regular season. In between, he pitched a no-hitter against the San Francisco Giants in September. Welcome back to Busch, Ray Washburn. An anchor of the Cardinals infield, he wore the Birds on the bat for 12 seasons and batted .346 in the World Series in 67, 68. He has played more games at second base than any player in Cardinals history. Welcome back to St. Louis, two-time All-Star, Julian Javier. A St. Louis native who played all 9 seasons of his Major League career with his hometown team. He played in the outfield for the 1964 World Series champion Cardinals and took over at third base for the pennant-winning Redbirds in 1967 and 1968. He led the 68 club with 79 runs batted in and was second on the team in home runs. Welcome, Cardinals Hall of Famer, Mike Shannon. He spent 12 of his 21 big league seasons in St. Louis and caught every inning of the Cardinals World Series games in 1964, 67, and 68. He's been inducted into the broadcasters wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Welcome, two-time All-Star and Cardinals Hall of Famer, Tim McCarver. At age 23, he contributed 13 wins as a member of the Cardinals rotation, including 10 complete games and 5 shutouts. He compiled 329 wins and 4 Cy Young Awards in a 24-year career. Welcome back, Hall of Famer Steve Carlton. He turned in a season for the ages in 1968, winning the National League Cy Young Award and Most Valuable Player Award after recording a 22-9 record and a Major League record 1.12 earned run average with 28 complete games and 13 shutouts. Let's welcome back Hall of Famer Bob Gibson. His arrival in a trade from the Cubs in 1964 helped kickstart the Cardinals to 3 National League pennants, and he didn't slow down in 1968, leading the National League with 46 doubles, 14 triples, and of course, 62 steals. He hit a red-hot .464 in the World Series with 2 home runs and 7 stolen bases. Welcome to the field, Hall of Famer Lou Brock. There's no better way to cap off the 1968 ceremony than to again reunite the battery that was paired for 198 games during their Cardinals career. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the author of the 1.12 ERA in 1968, Mr. Bob Gibson, to throw out a first pitch to his longtime battery mate, good friend, and Cardinals Hall of Famer, Tim McCarver. right down the middle. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all.
Another tremendous ceremony here in St. Louis, honoring some of the greats that have ever worn the Cardinals uniform. A celebration of 68, and we've got more. Baseball is coming up. Join us momentarily. I'm Dan McLaughlin. It's the Phillies and the Cardinals, game number 3 of the 4-game weekend series. Cardinals picked up a win last night, and they're now a game and a half back of Milwaukee. Milwaukee playing very good baseball. They've won 7 of 10. John Gant, he of the Vulcan grip, very good changeup, gets the call today. He'll throw that changeup 23% of the time. And there's a look at his Hyundai pitch arsenal. Gabe Kapler, his lineup here for game number 3. Let's take a look. This is a team that has some good young rising stars. Cesar Hernandez, a switch hitter at the top. Then Rhys Hoskins, Odubel Herrera, Carlos Santana, switch hitter. Maikel Franco, Nick Williams, his second start in the series. Scott Kingery, Andrew Knapp, and Zach Eflin. Gabe Kapler sometimes really goes against the traditional book, but you know what? The Phillies playing pretty good baseball, just a half game back of the Atlanta Braves. The Phillies are 25-17. As we've seen, Hernandez can be a tough out at the top of their lineup. He's hitting .277. 6 home runs, and he's driven in 15. So John Gant, when you think about the lineup here today, he's got 5 left-handed bats that he'll have to deal with, as the umpires have just arrived on the scene. So right after the photo of the 68 champions, the Cardinals took to the field, and then the umpires have just gone out to exchange the lineup cards with the coaches of the 2 respective teams. So John Gant gets loose. He's ready to roll, and so are we, but apparently the umpires were not. We hope to visit with Bob Gibson here in the booth. That's always a treat. Jim Hayes is going to catch up with the great Lou Brock. The Cardinals defense behind John Gant and around the horn is presented by Dobbs. Marcelo Zuna, Tommy Pham, Tyler O'Neill can play all 3 outfield spots as he picked up his first major league hit last night. Matt Carpenter's at third, Jed Jerko at short, Colton Wong and Jose Martinez on the right side of the infield. And the first major league start for the Cardinals for Stephen Barron. He'll get the call today. Terrific night for Francisco Pena, Cardinals catcher that was a triple away from the cycle here in game 2. And the first pitch by Gant. Here she comes, and it's a ball. Larry Vanover is the home plate umpire. He's the crew chief. Hunter Wendelstedt at first, Ramon De Jesus at second, and Nick Marley is down at third. There's a strike, and it's 1-1. Phillies saw their 3-game winning streak snapped with a 12-4 loss last night as Hernandez tries to bunt his way on. Their starter, Jake Arrieta, he took the loss. He allowed 4 runs, 2 earned in 3 innings. 25-17, first year as a big league manager. It's a warm, muggy day. It's 79 degrees, but very muggy here at the ballpark. A lot of rain here last night. That's on the ground to short, and that's the first out. The Phillies did make a move after the game last night. They optioned Rios, their right-hander, to Lehigh Valley. That's their AAA affiliate. And they activated a right-handed pitcher, Victor Areno, who's on the DL. He had made 2 rehab appearances with Lehigh Valley, and he'll be in their bullpen today. That's the replacement umpire, Nick Marley. After we saw last night, the home plate umpire had to leave. 2 balls and no strikes on Rhys Hoskins. Hoskins striking out at a clip that the Phillies are a little uncomfortable with after he got off to a very good start. 24 strikeouts in his last 13 games. And the 2-0 is hit out of play. Fans still filing into the ballpark here at Busch Stadium. We're expecting a crowd over 40,000 here this afternoon. And umpire David Rackley last night took one off his face mask, and he was shook up. And the 2-1 pitch. Good changeup. And that's the pitch right there. John Gant, if he's got that working, could be a long day for the Philadelphia Phillies. It's the odd grip that he has. They call it a Vulcan grip with the changeup. Splitting the middle fingers. And the 2-2 fouled back. When Busch Stadium opened back in 2006, the Phillies, you may recall, they were rolling at that time. That was the beginning of a really good run of 5 straight division titles. They were 18-12 first 30 games here. That has not been the case in recent history. They have not won a series against the Cardinals since 2014. Another ground ball that's hit to short. Jerko, wide throw, And it gets by Martinez. Barron was hustling to back it up on the play, but to no avail. And that'll be an error, more than likely on Jed Jerko. And if it is, it'll be the second error. That's it for Jerko. You can see there he's tied up with the first base umpire, couldn't see the ball, and then finally decided to go.
Interference on the umpire.
Hey, you're back.
Partner.
You scared
I tricked
me.
you. That's all right.
Good to have you back.
Oh my gosh, what a thrill.
And you caught the first pitch again.
Again, 2 in a row. I'm on a streak.
You guys are hot, man.
I feel like Odubel Herrera. Speaking of streaks.
He's been something now for the Phillies.
Woo.
So 1 out and a runner at second base. Herrera has hit safely in 9 straight against the Cardinals. Overall, he's reached base safely in a career high 44. That's impressive. Cardinals trying to figure out how to get him out. He's hitting 421 against them.
Yeah, I was going to say he's impressive.
Yep.
Oof.
Bob was shaking his shoulder after that first pitch.
Yeah, he was. We're going to have to, I don't know about putting him under the knife or not, but
might be a little late for Tommy John. I'll tell you what, though, if he wants to give it a go, I'm all for it at 82.
Hey, turns 83 in November.
Did you tell him to get up here and visit with us?
Oh yeah.
All right.
He'll be up here. Said, you stand for the whole game? He said, well, we'll see. We'll see, meaning if the Cardinals are winning, he'll stay for the whole game.
I was talking with his wife, Wendy, over at the reunion, and she said, you know, Dan, he never misses an inning, a pitch, a game. He loves you guys.
He doesn't. Loves us and the Cardinals. Proud to say.
That's out of play, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gant was nearly unhittable with 2 strikes coming into this start. The opposition 1 for 24 against him with 2 strikes. He's got that good changeup to put you away.
Followed by that unusual delivery, a little kick before he releases the ball. Deceptive.
And he had to basically scrap the delivery that he had a year ago. Remember, he would stop.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. He had to stop using that delivery, and that was Brian Eversgerd, the bullpen coach, that told him about the rule that was handed down by Major League Baseball. Wow. Time called, and he threw it to the top of the screen. That was granted really late.
Yeah, really was. Called by Herrera, you could see, and Gant just hauled off and threw it. Like he was going from one peak to another in Yosemite.
Well, one way you get to 44 straight reaching base is being a tough 2-strike hitter. He's got the second most 2-strike base hits in baseball. There's a block by Barron. That's second most in all of baseball with 24. So good matchup here. Gant with 2 strikes. Really tough. And so is Herrera.
Well, that's how you lead a league in batting average, is to hit with 2 strikes. How are you as a 2-strike hitter? Almost all guys who win the batting title, regardless of American or National League, they're all good 2-strike hitters.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Hey, by the way, Bob was asking about us, and he told you, well, I brought up the fact that I mentioned to you the other day. Well, why did he do that? You said, I don't know. When I said, you told me he's going to pitch inside. And I said, well, why would he pitch inside? And you said, I don't know. And Bob said, well, now hold on here.
He was taking up for me.
A little bit. Let's not give you too much credit.
You don't mess with my name when you're talking to Bob, okay?
He said those catchers, they see little things. You know, guy leans out, you pitch in. He cheats in, you
It's
go
all feel.
out.
It's all a lot of feel. Catching Bob, it was a good feel most of the time.
Not on your hand.
Not on my hand, but in the averages. Just had to suck it up. Tough to catch. Oof. Tough to hit, tough to catch, tough to deal with until he got to know you.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Runner at second is Hoskins. Pulled foul.
See how pesty Herrera can be. You know, making contact with balls that are not his pitches, but staying alive with 2 strikes.
This will be the 8th pitch of the at bat coming up. He's fouled off 4 of those pitches that you're talking about. This day and age of pitch counts, that becomes a valuable at bat. Rise the pitch count, get into a bullpen. A wide stance of Herrera. Good change up, and he struck him out. Again, they call it a Vulcan grip, the changeup for Gant.
Like something out of a horror movie.
But it works.
Like a fork ball, but the thing that is common among all changeups is gripping the ball tightly, and hitters have a tendency to swing at the arm movement and not the pitch. They actually lose sight of the ball. Good pitch for Gant.
Now I've gotten really nervous. Here's Santana and a pitch up and in that Bob Gibson may approve of, but Bob Gibson is behind us with a headset on. I don't like that.
Make a good
can't
director.
talk about him.
Good director or good producer, wouldn't he?
He would. Tim, what are you talking about? Dan, come on. You take the headsets off and let me do this game. That'd be Bob.
Would be.
Here's a 1-0.
One thing about my partner, Dan McLaughlin, he is excellent in picking up voices. He can do Vin Scully, he can do John Miller. He'll be doing Bob Gibson before the season's over.
Not when he's in the booth.
And he did me the other night, and you'll be hearing from my lawyer on Monday, by the way.
I heard on the pregame show.
Yeah, you
Jim
will.
asked you about it.
That's right. I don't talk like that, do I?
A little bit. There's a strike, and it's 2-1. Santana, 113 hitter with 2 outs this season. And the shift is on. He homered in game 1, a long home run into center.
Ball hit to the right side of the field, unless it's really scorched and finds a lane, somebody's going to knock it down.
And it's hit to the right side. He beats the shift.
Found a lane.
Throw is cut off by Martinez, and Hoskins scores the first run of the ball game. Missouri Lottery Fox tracks on a batter that has been driving in a ton of runs here in the month of May, most in baseball.
He is awfully strong. I mean, you look at him, he's really put together. That home run the other night, one of the longest here at Busch Stadium. Straightaway center field, up near the dirt.
Do not see many hit that far up the grass.
No.
Michael Franco. There's strike 1. So how was it visiting with your former teammates?
I loved it. I'll tell you, it's so, you know, you go back to such innocent times, Danny, 50 years ago. So many things just come out of the memory bank. Things you'd forgotten.
It's popped up to the right side. Martinez over, leans in, and makes the catch. Nice play.
Nice. Helps to be tall.
You bet. That long reach in the dugout. Santana the base hit, 1-0 after a half inning. Putting together on base 5 times last night and hitting .318. He's at the top of the lineup, followed by Matt Carpenter and Jose Martinez, and then Marcelo Zuna, Jed Jerko, Colton Wong, Tyler O'Neill, Stephen Barron, his first start, and John Gant. Eflin hasn't started since May 7th. Skipped a spot because of rainouts twice, so we'll see if there's a control issue. Sometimes that can happen with guys that miss a start or two.
Been 12 days since he started, and one of the reasons that he moved to the third base side of the rubber, Rick Krantz, the pitching coach for the Phillies, advised that from Zach, but it was to get more movement on the pitch inside. That's good to know when you're facing a guy like Tommy Pham, because a lot of right-handers try to pitch him inside.
And the next to Tommy. Well, it's a nasty pitch right there. Eflin came to the Phillies in the deal for Jimmy Rollins, former MVP and shortstop of the Phillies. Held on to and a strikeout of Tommy Pham. Let's turn to Tim's Toyota key to the game.
Now the Cardinals trying to feed off last night. Hope they can. That offense, I mean, they pounded the ball last night. Hope it's not too short a turnaround.
Finished up about what, 12:05, 12:10 last night, something like that.
Short night of sleep.
Here's Matt Carpenter. You can see he's taking much better at bats.
Last 3 games. Last game, the second game in Minnesota, and the first 2 games against the Phillies.
So far, lefties against Eflin, just 2 for 16. And Carpenter hits it the other way, near the wall, and it's caught. The second out of the inning. It brings in Jose Martinez. Around the Horn is presented by Dobbs. Rhys Hoskins, Odubel Herrera, Nick Williams. Trio in the outfield. Franco Kingery, Hernandez, Santana on the infield, and Andrew Knapp is behind the plate. Jose Martinez average has climbed to .320 after a 7 for 9 first 2 games of this series. First pitch popped up into shallow right. And it's a 7-pitch first inning for Eflin. It's always a treat to visit with Bob Gibson. We do that when we come back. .268 strikeouts. Somehow he lost 9 games.
Yeah, I'm still mad about that.
You should be. 22 and 9, and you lose 9 games with a 1.12.
Well, let me interject something.
Go ahead.
Bob finally decided that every time he pitched, we had to face the ace of the other staff. We'd have to face Marichal, Perry, Drysdale, Koufax, the likes of that.
Ferguson Jenkins with the Cubs.
Ferguson Jenkins with the Cubs.
Yeah. I talked with Red about that one time. I said, Red, you've pitched me against the other team's best pitcher all the time. Why don't we switch that around a little bit? He said, well, if you beat them, we can sweep. I said, if they beat me, they can sweep.
Even though you had pretty good backup in those days, too.
Yeah,
Nelson Browse, Ray Washburn, Steve Carlton.
Dick Hughes.
Dick Hughes in '67.
And we're underway here in the second inning. The great Bob Gibson, the Hall of Famer, is with us. 1968 for you. Does it define you, you think, in many ways, the 1.12?
No. I had an exceptional year that year. And I don't think that you can define a player by the best year he ever had. You got to kind of take a look at his whole career. Then you come to an average, and that's pretty much who he is.
Yeah.
I remember one year Joe Torre hit 353 or something like that, and then the next year he was hitting 300, and he was trying to pull his hair out, even though he didn't have much hair left.
He had 230 hits that year.
Yeah, and I asked him, I said, he was agonizing about it, and I said, Joe, answer this for me. He said, what? I said, do you really think you're a 353 hitter? He said, no. I rest my case.
There you go. Is it fun seeing the guys again?
Oh, it's always fun. Yeah. Sometimes you take a while to recognize a guy because of the color of his hair.
I'll tell you one of the funny things that happen among many things that go on in the dugout, and not a lot of people realize. But Dick Schofield was a lifetime about a 230 hitter or something like that.
217.
217. Well, Dick Schofield would come in. He'd slam. He was what we called a red A.
Yeah.
And he'd slam it, break his bat, smash his helmet, and Bob said, Dick, come here. After one of these tirades, he said, let me show you something. See this right here? This is lifetime batting average. You're a 217 hitter. What'd you expect? Everybody in the dugout just roared.
And after a couple
Ducky,
of expletives, then he'd go off somewhere.
Yeah. And even Dick started laughing about it after a while.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. He threw a tantrum.
How much trouble did you give your teammates for not scoring runs that year?
You know, it seems like I was giving them trouble all the time. It was hard, but you know, you stop and think about it, and you look back into the years of 66 and 67 and 68 and 69. We had some of the best pitchers in baseball history back then, and everybody that we faced, every team we faced had 2 or 3 guys that you just weren't going to score runs off of, and that's just the way it was.
An example of that was as Bob has the 1.12 ERA. Juan Marichal won 26 games that year and didn't win the Cy Young.
Denny McClain on the other side wins 31. It was the year of the pitcher, though, Bob, but you're kind of the guy that is the face of 68.
Yeah, well, they got to have somebody to hate, and so that was me.
You didn't mind it, though, did you?
Did not mind it. Did not mind it at all.
Bob Gibson, there it is. The 34 starts, 22-9 over 300 innings, 1.12 ERA. An incredible year. There's a strikeout for Gant, and that'll be his 3rd of the afternoon. You brought up a great point. We were talking earlier, a couple hours ago, really the golden era of baseball. When you look back at all those Hall of Famers from, let's say, 60 to 75, 1960 to 75, some of the greatest players ever in your era in which you pitched.
Yeah, and when you ask me if I was, mad all the time, well, you get to the Hall of Fame and you look and you see all those guys there, and you say, well, no wonder I didn't get I couldn't do much. They're all here.
It's incredible. We had Steve Carlton in the booth last night. Do you remember teaching him the slider?
I do. Most of it, we were on a flight from St. Louis to San Francisco, and he and I spent the entire time on that flight talking about a slider. Then he ended up having a better slider than me. That didn't make me happy.
I told that story last night about when you crossed the room. I said Steve Carlton would go down having the best slider in the history of the game, and Bob got about 6 inches from me and said the best left-handed slider.
You got to emphasize that.
Oh, yeah.
I had a nasty slider. I was talking to one of the kids in the dugout just a while ago.
Luke Weaver.
Weaver. I was talking to Weaver about that slider. He says, how do you hold your slider? And I showed him. And I said, well, I had 2 sliders. I had one that had a real tight spin, and I also had one that had a bigger spin. And I would get 2 strikes.
There's a fly ball into right.
I'd get 2 strikes, and I'd throw the bigger one. I said, but now you got to be careful about that one because sometimes you hang it. And when you hang it, a guy will take the TV set and he'll put it on the hole. He'll run in and grab a bat, and then he'll turn it on and swing at it.
Bob Gibson is with us today. MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. And by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the St. Louis area. Find yours at your Mid-America Chevy dealer. Phillies have an early lead as we celebrate the NL champions of 1968. American military personnel serving overseas are watching this game on AFN, the American Forces Network. Welcome to those in countries around the world aboard naval ships at sea, and thank you so very much for your service. And you get a treat today with Bob Gibson in the house. And we found a baseball for you, Bob, and we were talking about the slider that you were showing the grip with Luke Weaver. And for fans that are watching, how did you grip it? How did you learn the slider?
I grip my slider the same way I would a two-seam fastball. Only you put your fingers a little closer together rather than spread. A little closer together, and you put a lot of pressure on that inside finger there. And what I did, it was kind of like if you try to turn a doorknob and open a doorknob. And it was like that. And then when you wanted a bigger one, you would do it kind of, but then you'd break your wrist, and you wear that kind of thing that looked like a helicopter, and if it didn't go down in a way, they'd hit it like 5 miles.
Yeah, the good slider from a catcher standpoint came with a dime spin. It was tightly, but the quarter spin, that was a trouble slider.
Ozuna pops it up on the infield.
Almost always hit hard.
But it's okay as long as you left it down. If you had it down, you could get away with that. And a lot of times it would act pretty much as a changeup. But if you got that up in the air there, you know, up high, they hardly ever missed it. Hardly ever missed it.
We had a shot of you and Luke Weaver in the dugout before you guys were introduced. You appreciate it when a young guy says, all right, how'd you do it? I saw the video. Tell me something. What am I doing? And what were you doing there?
I was showing him how you hang it, and they hit it real far.
don't do this. Right.
I said, trust me, I've thrown a lot of them. He says, yeah, haven't we all?
Yeah, I bet. It's a great shot there. Here's Jed Jerko. Were you and Tim always on the same page? People say, wow, they're always on the same page. Were you guys always on the same page?
Not always, but most of the time. It would take Tim an inning or two. Or not Tim, it would take us an inning or two before we'd get on the same page. But pretty much once the game got going, yeah, we were there.
The biggest thing that we learned together was to call pitches to Bob's rhythm. The one thing that catchers learn, you don't really count in handling a pitcher. The pitcher actually handles you, not the other way around. And Bob said, look, the first thing you think about, put it down. Fastball. He had a curveball to left-handers that he'd throw ever so seldomly.
Once in a while.
Once in a while. But the slider, primarily 1 and 3. So whatever you think, and if I don't want it, I'll shake it off. Or I'll look it off. A lot of times Bob would just stare, not shake his head. Stare it off, we used to say.
And my head would kind of dip to the side.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Just keep going.
Do I remember that look?
I balked a run in from third base.
One time
because Tim and I are always together, right? And he went somewhere I wasn't expecting him to go, and I stopped right in the middle of my windup, and people up in the upper deck were yelling at me, Bob, Bob, Bob.
Bob thought he was saying Bob.
Bob, when you look back at your career, you've done so many things. And again, we're celebrating 1.12. But what are you most proud of with your accomplishments, team accomplishments and individually?
Yeah, you're always proud of what you do if it's good. But I think what means more to you, for instance, getting into the World Series as a team, more so than, well, did I win 2 games in the World Series, or did I win 3, or did I?
You won 7 in a row, by the way, over 3 World Series.
Yeah, but what you're proud of is getting to the World Series. You're one of, back when we played, one of 16 teams, or 2 of 16 teams that got a chance to go to the World Series, and that was the key to the whole thing. Let's go to the World Series. It's not let's me hit 300 or let me win 20 ball games. You don't think that way. Well, you're not supposed to.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
And how about individually?
I would have to say that year.
Yeah.
Yeah, giving up one run in the entire season per game was great. You know, I just felt like I was on top of pretty much everything.
And you evaluate our broadcast. Any quick advice for Tim?
I'm sorry?
You evaluate our broadcast. Any quick advice for Tim?
No, just keep talking, and I'll listen. And if he makes a bad mistake, I'll critique him later.
I've been talking like this for 76 years, by the way, and it's not going to change.
I know.
Lou Brock is coming up next. Wonderful to have him here at the ballpark. And he's standing by with Jim Hayes. Jimmy.
Yeah, great to catch up with Lou. I think everyone wants to know, Lou, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm fighting the fight, but I'm ahead in the count right now, and I feel good.
And you look great, too. We're talking the reunion. 18. You talk about Bob Gibson and that miraculous season he put together. What are your thoughts when you think about what Bob was able to do, not only for his career, but for that season in particular?
Well, it's one of those seasons, I don't know how much people know about baseball. In '67, the umpires really didn't call strikes. And so you look at the '67 in baseball, there was a lot of guys who could hit. In 1968, they started to squeeze the strike zone, and boy, you couldn't get a hit to save your neck. And so guys like Bob Gibson, it didn't matter whether they had an expanded strike zone or constricted strike zone, he still did well.
How about Bob Gibson as a teammate? We know as a competitor, had a rough edge. We know behind the scenes, for the most part, tender guy.
Well, we got to know Bob real well. When you play that long, Bob in the clubhouse was just one of the guys. When he walked out of the clubhouse, he was totally different. He didn't want to talk to anybody on the days that he pitched. I recall one day I walked in, he was pitching. I said, Bob, I got a big joke. He says, I'm pitching today. I said, I don't care. You got to hear this joke. He said, I am pitching today. So we stood there. He wouldn't even listen to my joke, but that's the kind of competitive fire that he had.
How about being back here with all your former teammates? How much fun are you having?
Well, looking at the guys who were my teammate, Bob Toland, and some of the guys like Ray Washburn. Ray Washburn and I met up in a college World Series, and I thought he was the greatest.
Because he realized that with Hunt in front of Hunt would try to. Ron Hunt lives in Wentzville, Missouri, by the way, and Ron Hunt was tough. He had his spikes ready for anybody who came in head first. So Lou changed it. Everything feet first from now on. You're going to have to suffer what I've been suffering.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. And a called third strike. 5 strikeouts now for Gant.
How about that for a little floater to Hoskins?
Ron Hunt, for the longest time, held the record for most hit by pitches until that was
50.
broken by Don Baylor.
Yeah. I think Ron Hunt broke Frank Robinson's record, and then Don Baylor broke Ron Hunt's record.
And then
Ron Hunt used to wear a sponge in his torso,
right,
to defray guys who were going after him. Say, you want to get hit? Gibson was one of them. You want to get hit? I'll hit you. We'll do it. You want to get to first base that way? Here it is. Mike Torres was another one. Guys didn't play the game the same way then.
Craig Biggio, I believe, is the all-time hit by pitch in terms of batters. Broke Don Baylor's mark.
Hunter was a very good player, by the way, Ron Hunt. Smart.
You mentioned he lives in Wentzville. He's got a farm, and on that farm, a baseball diamond.
Oh, he does?
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
was
know
coaching
that.
kids for the longest time all across the country that would
Wow.
come in for the summers to work with Ron Hunt. That's well hit into right, and it is gone. Herrera, his 7th home run, and the on-base streak continues.
Sometimes with that changeup, particularly from the stretch, because pitchers don't have the windup to more or less disguise the changeup. You don't have the same movement. Hitters pick up on that. It looked like Herrera did that on that hanging changeup. Some talent.
Well, the Cardinals have seen an error that came around to score, and a walk does as well. Here's Carlos Santana. As this date in baseball history, 1962, Stan the Man becomes the National League leader in hits. 41 years young. Moved past Honus Wagner in 1962.
Stan Musial, a general manager 1 year, he won the World Series and said, this isn't that tough. So I'm not going to do that anymore.
Stan the Man touch, right?
Stan the Man touch. The Midas touch.
It's a good changeup. Also, this date, 1964, Ernie Broglio, record-tying 3 wild pitches in 1 inning. Interesting twist. Cardinals lose to the Cubs that day, and later trade, you know, Lou Brock. Arguably the greatest trade in Cardinals history.
I recently had the privilege of listening to Lou Brock's home run in straightaway center field at the Polo Grounds. The call was from Lindsey Nelson. About that. Mets and the Cubs. Lou hit it over 500 feet to center field. Henry Aaron, Joe Adcock, and Lou Brock were the only ones to ever hit it into center field. Now this is Lou Brock, who weighed 165 pounds now. Think about that.
Yep. 3-2 is yanked foul. Not an ounce of fat on him either.
That call of Lindsey Nelson of Lou Brock's mammoth blast, by the way, was sent to me by Steve Hurd of the Elias Sports Bureau, who does a terrific job with statistics, statistical analysis, what have you.
3-2 pitch out to center. Pham came in, now goes back and makes the catch. The 2-run shot by Herrera. And a day that we celebrate what is all great in Cardinals baseball. The great Red Chaindienst called into service in 1943, helped build baseball fields at a POW camp for Italian prisoners. All-Star 10 times and outstanding manager. Red, we know you're watching and we're thinking about you today. Here's Tyler O'Neill, picked up his first major league hit last night. Was putting together a 68 show today with a lot of the guys that are here in town that we never see. And I always want to get their thoughts on Red Chaindienst. As O'Neill hits it into left, and a diving catch. Nice play in left by Hoskins. And what you said about Red is what everybody talked about over there, your teammates. Red, let us play. Laid out the lineup card. Go get them.
I asked Howard Poulette, who was the pitching coach back in the early to mid 60s. I asked him, I said, what made Red such a great player? He said he was always ready for the fastball. Choked up on the bat, always ready for the fastball. I said, what about as a fielder? He said he always played under the hop. I've never forgotten a description like that, under the hop. It relaxed the hands when you're under the hop. You bring the ball up. You don't stab at it. Rojo, number 2.
Red, until maybe 2-3 years ago, you'd see him hitting fungos on a daily basis, walking around during batting practice. And I asked him one day, I said, Red, why do you still do this? Why are you still getting dressed out and hitting fungos and working with guys? He said, you know how you stay young? You hang out with young people. Keeps me young. He is the oldest living Hall of Famer, Red Chaindienst. A swing and a miss by Barron, third strikeout. 2 outs, and it brings in John Gant. You know, sometimes you'll ask somebody about a former player and they say, well, great player, but was this, that, and the other. I've never heard a bad word about Red Chaindienst.
No.
Ever.
You won't either. Unless it's untruthful.
Bobby Tolan said today, who turned out to be a very good major league player. And he said, you know, you look at my time in St. Louis, he said, where was I going to play? And I wasn't going to blame Red Chaindienst. You know, where am I going to play? Am I going to take Roger Maris or Flood, Brock? The infield was loaded with Javier and others.
Thing was, Roger was retiring after 68, and that opened up an outfield position, and the Cardinals were not willing to go with Bobby Tolan, and they made a mistake in trading for Vada Pinson. But it was a mistake that everybody could understand. I mean, Pinson actually played with a broken ankle one year for 2 weeks.
Red, we're thinking about you. 3-0. Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer. And by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment, pick your power, fuel, or battery. With Steel, search STIHL. If you can't catch a game on television, you can stream games live on your mobile device. Download the Fox Sports Go app, log in, stream the Cardinals. It's presented by T-Mobile. Inning number 4 rolls in, 3-0 Phillies. A 2-out hit by Santana in the first to drive in Hoskins. 2-run homer by Herrera. Franco, good numbers against the Cardinal right-hander. It's a small sample size, but some damage. 3 for 4 with a pair of doubles. Kevin Maris, son of Roger Maris, here today. Brought his daughter as well. Daughter's 22, graduating from Florida.
We've talked about it, speaking of Florida, many times. Roger Maris may have signed the greatest contract in the history of professional sports in this country. 8 counties selling Budweiser, Busch Bavarian. Whew. University of Florida in Gainesville, 8 counties.
Kevin told a neat story to me as it pertains to the Cardinals. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And a grounder hits softly left side. Carpenter the lob over to first for the out. But Kevin was saying that word had gotten out that he was going to retire. Roger Maris was ready to retire.
Right.
And the Yankees, knowing this, trying to get any kind of value out of him, decided to trade him. And he said someone from the Cardinals showed up and on their front step said, hey, you've been traded to us. And he did not. Kevin, describing his father, and you would know obviously very well, but said he wanted to be a team player. Didn't feel right if he did not accept the deal. And he always wanted to get into the beer business. So it goes to St. Louis, Anheuser-Busch.
He had an eye on AB.
He had an eye on trucking and the beer business.
Early 1967, right?
Yeah. He wanted to get into it anyway, and he thought, so this makes perfect sense to go to St. Louis. Why not do it?
Yeah, and his brother Rudy ran the business.
Right. I believe they got out of the business about 10 years ago or so. Here's the 1-1.
Remember,
Kevin was in the minor leagues and then helped with the family business.
John Romano was a backup catcher that year in 1967. And we were, after we clinched it, Bob Gibson clinched it in Philadelphia. Gussie Busch rented Bookbinders, the famous restaurant in Philly. And John Romano and I just happened to be at the wrong end of the bar. Everybody was celebrating the whole bit. And Roger, Gussie Busch, and Dick Meyer of the brewery were discussing Roger's contract. And Gussie, I remember saying, as clear as day, I'll tell you after this. He said,
Strike
Roger, you hit me 30 home runs and drive in 100 runs, and we'll see about that distributorship. And Roger said, Gussie, we're not going to see about anything. It's either that or I'm not coming back. And I said, John, we need to be at the other end of the bar. And we moved. We were right in the middle of the negotiations. I mean, it was scary.
Yeah.
And they're talking about a Budweiser distributorship. Are you kidding me? So we kind of had a firsthand listen to Gussie and Roger and Dick Meyer, who was loved by everybody. The brewery, a good friend of Gussie Busch's, and Gussie was, hail fellow, well met. But being in on that negotiation was very uneasy. But
Kevin,
Roger got it.
Yeah, Kevin said it was a great time in their families' lives. He He said New York was great, don't get me wrong, but to come to St. Louis in an unbelievable baseball town.
Roger said that was the happiest 2 years of his life. Here's a guy who hit 61 home runs to break Babe Ruth's record.
And that's what Kevin was saying.
Yeah.
Back to Gantz in a 1-2-3 inning. We're midway through 4. 3-0 Phils. After the very long night in game 2, but what a series he's had. 6 for 8. Home run, double, driven in a run, scored 3. That's a look at your Kubota power stats. You have to think he would be back in that starting lineup tomorrow. Got a hot bat? Ride it.
Yes, sir. Cardinals need some base runners. 9 in a row. Retired by Eflin.
4 strikeouts, 5 fly ball outs.
Tried not a ground ball out. The other 4 were strikeouts.
Here's Tommy Pham, struck out swinging first time up. And there's your first base hit.
Ask and you shall receive.
Well, I know how much you believe in that announcer jinx.
Oh, yeah.
Missouri Lottery box tracks.
I did David Cohn's perfect game back in 1999, July 19th. We started talking about a perfect game in the 3rd inning.
So
honestly,
there's no jinx.
Of course not. It's nonsense.
Don Larson.
It's announcers like you that keep that and perpetuate that.
Don't talk down to me like that.
You can't bring up that. Well, you got on the way I talked the other day.
No.
I'll be hearing from my lawyers on
You're
Monday.
You're going to hear from mine now.
So we have dueling lawyers.
I got a sheet for you, and I'm going to slide it over across the table with my demands. Don Larson was in the crowd that day.
So was Yogi Berra. It was Yogi Berra Day at Yankee Stadium after 14 years of not speaking to Steinbrenner. 14 years. He was reinstated. George said everything's fine and it had to be on Yogi's terms. And both of them, Yogi Berra and Don Larson, in the stadium. And of course that was reminiscent of the perfect game thrown by Larson in 1956 for the Yankees.
And Don Larson will be back in St. Louis, I think, next month.
Oh. And
it's a reunion of the living members of the St. Louis Browns.
I'll be darned.
Yep. There's still a
That's great.
fan group here in St. Louis that keeps the Browns alive. And they're going to have all the living members, I believe there's 12 now, come back to St. Louis. Matt Carpenter, a fly out to deep left center, first time up.
Normally, big guys do not have good moves to first base. Eflin is an exception. He's 6'6", weighs 211. Normally, their feet get in the way, and that prevents them from having quick feet, but he's got a very good move to first base.
Has not allowed a stolen base yet this season. One ball and one strike, three infielders on the right side. Sizable lead there for Tommy Pham, who was going to be picked off last night, but it was a throw that was errant, wound up at second, came around to score.
Oh.
2-1. I think we've seen with the at-bats of Carpenter, he's making a conscious effort to take the ball the other way.
Seems like the Phillies are trying to combat it by pitching him inside.
And now the 2-1 pitch. Pham is running. The throw down to second and save at second base and a stolen base for Tommy Pham.
I'll tell you, that was almost interference by Matt Carpenter. When he took the ball, he kind of leaned in toward Alfaro. Tommy Pham head first. Watch this. He takes the pitch and kind of leaned in. Well, perhaps I was a little zealous in that call. Good slide by Pham.
Looking at that play, he may be out. Home plate umpire is Larry Vanover, and you know this is part of replay. Hey, you got 10 seconds to get the umpire and say you want to look at it. You got 20 then after that to decide whether or not you want to review it. You want to speed up the game? Larry Vanover should say that's it. Your challenge gone.
I agree with you, partner.
They took a long look, getting various views, and Pham may be out. That last review looked like they may have had a tag on him. It'll be close, so the Phillies will challenge here.
It's got to be undeniably different than the call made by the umpire. Strong throw. Looked like the hand was in there. Watch the left hand.
This is the replay I thought he might be out on. It's going to be close. Boy, that's close.
It's close. But it's not undeniably enough to overturn the play. That's the way I saw it.
Yep, I'm with you.
Credit Kingery, the young shortstop, straddling the bag instead of being in front of the bag. That's what made it close.
They stole a base for Tommy Pham.
What's that old song? It ain't necessarily so. One of your favorites, isn't it, Danny?
Well, I've got it on my phone.
On Siri?
Oh, it just doesn't stop, Tim. It just loops. Call stands, and the 8th stolen base for Tommy Pham. And a walk to Carpenter, and that brings in the tying run to the plate. Arquilla drive to success, the best average in the National League since Jose Martinez, his debut in 2016. Murphy, Turner, Blackman, Votto, Martinez. That's exclusive company there.
Cardinals trying to set the stage for a multi-run inning with their best hitter up. That's guy who leads the Cardinals in RBIs. 2 on and nobody out.
That was career walk number 500 for Matt Carpenter, 14th in Cardinals history. Ooh, catches the outside corner, 1-1. You think about going inside in at bat and how big that call is. 2-0 to a hot hitter instead of 1-1.
Yes, sir.
Inning started with a base hit and then the stolen base by Pham. Walk to Carpenter. And the 1-1 pitch.
There's that inside fastball we were talking about earlier with Eflin. That's why he moved to the third base side of the rubber. So he can get that pitch that goes in to the big right-hander, Jose Martinez.
Outfield, very deep base hit. Should score Tommy Pham easily. Hit to the left side. Franco steps on the bag to first and out. The call stands. That's a heck of a play.
Yeah, now you may get an appeal from the other side. Mike Mathena mulling it over. Good play by Franco. I don't know. Nah, looks safe on that.
Yeah, I would think the Cardinals would challenge.
That's the difference between a size 8 and a size 14.
So a challenge here by Mike Matheny. Everybody watching the video board here at the ballpark. Fans think he's safe. Very close. I'm going safe.
I'm going safe.
It is worth repeating, but in New York, there's an umpiring crew there. There's various games going on, so they may be looking at other games before they can get to this particular play.
Well, they got to change that and do something about it. Hire more people, for crying out loud. You want to speed up the game? What's going on? I mean, after all, this is the big leagues, and I'm not kidding you. And it makes you mad. Get it done. He's safe.
Runners at first and second for Marcell Ozuna. So the call is overturned. It brings in Ozuna. Popped out his first time up.
Cardinals hoping that's a big play. We'll see.
A minute 29 on the review. Ooh, he was right on that pitch and fouled back.
That was a new and an eye. You're right, Danny. Talked about that pitch inside from Eflin. That was one that appeared that Ozuna went up there looking for it. Had the bat head out, but fouled it back. He needs a big hit right here.
Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's been in that train that the Cardinals have in the dugout after a home run. He hadn't been in the beginning of the train. That's what you want.
Eflin has allowed only 6 runners to reach scoring position on the season now. And the 1-1. Cardinals will face Aaron Nola tomorrow. He's off to a terrific start, 6-1. St. Louis will counter with Jack Flaherty. Be a big pitch in the ball game right here. A 2-1 to Marcell Ozuna. Outside corner, 2-2.
That's the second outside corner that Eflin's gotten in this inning, and both have been big pitches to even the count. 1 to Martinez and now 1 to Ozuna. Front edge, good pitch.
The 2-2 to Marcell Ozuna. Doesn't chase. Jed Jerko on deck. Prior to this year, Ozuna had been walking about once every 13 plate appearances. This season, right around once every 22. And you think about trying to maybe do too much, get a little jumpy and chase. Hits it to the right side. And they throw it away. A run will score. Ozuna to second base, Martinez to third. Carpenter scores, and the Cardinals are on the board to make it 3-1.
That is a serious mistake on the part of Santana, the first baseman. You have a 3-run lead. The one thing you want if you're an infielder, you tell yourself before the ball is hit, make sure of 1. How are you going to get a double play anyway? The pitcher's got to come over and cover. There's no way you go get 2 anyway. Ball rattling around in that glove, and the throw toward the third base side. You got to make sure of 1 there.
The value of putting a ball in play.
That's right. Amen, brother.
That's example 1A. Jerko, base hit into left. This game is tied, and the Cardinals make the Phillies pay. Jerko drives in 2.
For the game, Jed Jerko had never met Steve Carlton. I introduced him, and I said, Lefty, this guy can hit a fastball. And Jed said, you're right. It was classic. Lefty loved it. One of the best fastball hitters in the National League. A guy who got it, and he ties the game.
Now 4 straight games with a run driven in for Jed Jerko. We're tied 3-3. And Eflin is thinking I probably should be out of the inning.
Yeah. But you know, we talked about third base side of the rubber, fastball inside. You can do that to most hitters. You can't do that to Jerko.
And now Colton Wong. Brand new game here in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out, runner at first. Came into the inning 9 up and 9 down. Base hit by Pham, a steal. Carpenter a walk. Martinez grounded out. Ozuna put it in play, an error, and then a base hit. Hit to the right side by Wong. They'll get the lead man, and that's it. MLB at bat, your #1 Cardinals app. Customize your experience. Catch every moment this season. Home screen icons, features such as the MLB.TV game of the day, pitch tracking, and more. And download MLB at bat today. Tyler O'Neill robbed first time up. The diving catch by Rhys Hoskins. Wild pitch. You know, Wong had actually started a little bit towards second base. He would have had a great jump if he took off. Would have been an easy steal, and I just wonder if that caught the attention of Eflin. Just that right there.
Maybe because that pitch, your point is that pitch was so far outside, had to be 1.5 feet outside. Could very well have been the reason.
And the 1-1.
First major league hit for Tyler O'Neill in last night's game. He's looking for his first RBI here.
The 2-1 pitch. High in the air down the right field line. And it drops. 2-2.
You know what's going through Santana's mind, don't you? I'm trying to make up for that error, because that opened the floodgates.
No doubt. Human nature to do that.
Yeah, right.
A base hit puts the Cardinals on top. The 2-2 to O'Neill. Out of play again. Told the story in spring training a bunch because we saw him a bunch. His father was Mr. Canada. Power lifter, bodybuilder. Apple doesn't fall far. This guy is put together. Full count.
You almost knew that slider was coming after those 2 fastballs inside. I mean, if I'm Eflin and the catcher on deck, 8th place hitter, I'll throw him another breaking ball.
Same thing. And if I miss, I miss.
Yeah.
The 3-2 pitch.
Notice how far he missed then. Your catcher, Jorge Alfaro, is sitting outside. That fastball was inside, so he got away with one.
Gabe Kapler or Tyler O'Neill? Who are you taking in arm wrestling? I'm going O'Neill. He draws a walk.
Always go with the youth, Danny.
That's the rule of thumb, huh?
Right.
And so the 8th place hitter, Barron, with runners at first and second. .27 pitches in this inning. This will be pitch number 60 of the game. Strike one. Barron struck out first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield is shallow. Good speed at second and Colton Wong. Base hit no matter what. Jose Oquendo is bringing him in with John Gant, the pitcher, on deck. 1-2. Carson Kelly on the disabled list, as well as Yadier Molina. So Pena there on the left, getting the bulk of the playing time now. And Adam Wainwright, by the way, for those that did not hear, you saw him pictured there. 60-day DL. Call back. There's activity in the pen now for the Phillies. Victor Arano. Two and two. Mentioned the roster move by the Phillies right before our first pitch. Arano added to their pen. Out of play. Good at bat here by Barron.
It's a trying to stick at bat. Trying to stick with the stick. Meaning trying to stay on the roster.
7th pitch of the at bat coming up.
Get a hit here, it'll certainly help.
It's now 34 pitches in the inning. Eflin's spot is due up second for the Phillies in the 5th, and we've already seen Gabe Kapler not shy about going to his pen. He did it last night early with Jake Arrieta. Barron with a fly ball, shallow right field, and the catch is made. Marcell Ozuna, the value of putting the ball in play. Things can happen like this. And then Jed Jerko drives in 2. We're tied 3-3 as we head to inning number 5. begins. This weekend, here today, Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin, Jim Hayes with you. It'll be Knapp and then the pitcher's spot and the top of the lineup. Seen the pitch count every inning go down for John Gant. Flip side, it's gone up for Zach Eflin.
We understand from our stat man, Mr. Statman Mitch, that is known in mathematics as an inverse progression. I can see it tomorrow in headlines in the Post-Dispatch. Inverse progression wins it for Cardinals. Everybody in St. Louis going, what? What is that all about?
They say that anyway when we just talk normally. What?
What? Say that for?
Pitch up and in. 1-2 strikes on Knapp, who flied to right. He's 0 for 1.
To explain that again, it was kind of interesting, really. I like little things like that. For Eflin, the pitch count's gone up through the first 5 innings, or through the first 4 innings. And for Gant, it's gone down. So far, even though it's a 3-3 game, Gant is winning the game with an inverse progression. The game of math. Yeah. Sure, Mike Maddox. I'll run that by Mike. What?
Run it by him tomorrow.
What are you talking about?
Mike, I got a question. Here's a 1-2 pitch. And a foul ball. Boy, big crowd here today. Hopefully the rain stays away. I understand there's rain in the area, maybe coming towards Busch Stadium. Here's a 1-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss and a strikeout. How about John Gant? And he now has struck out 7 Chevy Fox Tracks.
And that 2-run home run by Odubel Herrera. John Gant, other than that, John Gant's been excellent.
It's career high 7 strikeouts and strike 1 on Eflin. Cardinals have talked about the depth that they have in their minor leagues. Gant came over in the Jaime Garcia deal with the Atlanta Braves. This would be a tough play here. Let it roll foul. No. Picked it up.
That is the idea. And who could help him was Matt Carpenter. He's the guy who's got to make the call. Let it go, let it go, let it go. I don't know if he did that or not. But that's his only chance. Watch. That ball will roll foul easily.
Right at the end, you could hear Carpenter essentially telling him to let it go. So he did try to do it. There's Cesar Hernandez. Grounded to short. Walked and scored in the 2-run homer by Herrera. Cardinals also have a lefty in Austin Gomber and Gant here. And on other teams, maybe some lesser clubs, they would have broken camp in a rotation somewhere. Brett Cecil, the lefty, starts to throw. Lone lefty for the Cardinals.
He's up because of Odubel Herrera.
Here's the 0-1. And a liner and a base hit into left center. Pham will cut it off. Eflin advances to second base. That should tell you what the Cardinals and the rest of the league think of Herrera when you get a lefty specialist for the most part up in the 5th.
And you're only left-hander.
That's right. Your lone lefty.
Yeah.
Herrera, by the way, who's at the on-deck circle, hitting .318 against lefties this year. Hoskins at the plate. Here comes Mike Maddox. Saturday, June 2nd, 30,000 fans, 16 and older, take home a Cardinals Saturday alternate jersey with an embroidered front logo. It's courtesy of Scott Credit Union. Also, prior to the game, fans will be granted field access on a first-come, first-served basis. It's photo day. It's a great Saturday at the ballpark. Ritz kickoff to summer weekend. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions, and it's all coming up on Saturday, June 2nd. So the Phillies now with the infield hit by Eflin, a base hit to center by Hernandez. Runners at first and second. And Hoskins at the plate. Reached on an error back in the first, scored a run on a single by Santana. And he's also struck out. Cecil continues to throw. Preparation for Herrera. Outfield is straight away. You think about the potential of a lefty. It also makes sense to an extent with Santana hitting .163 against left-handed pitching, who's following Herrera. Gant, though, would love a changeup, grounded to short, and a double play, and Cardinals go back on offense. Two balls, no strikes. Big pitch here. Inside, 3-0.
Ideal hitting situation for Hoskins. 3-0 the count. He's got 3 shots. That's the way hitters think. 3 shots at Gant. Probably taking here. We'll see.
And he is 3-1.
Farther you fall behind, the more exact you have to be with your fastball. Gant does not really have a good breaking ball to throw when he's behind in the count to right-handed batters. Inexperience behind the plate also.
3-1 pitch. Doesn't chase, a walk, and now the base is loaded. And a decision here for Mike Matheny. You ride it out with Gant, or do you go at the lefty? And he's going to Brett Cecil. With that, we step aside. in all of baseball. Bases loaded, Odubel Herrera.
Who's already homered back in the third inning, a 2-run shot off John Gant.
We take you back to the third, and the home run that was hit off of Gant. We had a pretty good day. Struck out 7, but is run into trouble here in inning number 5 and gives way to Brett Cecil. For Herrera, that was home run number 7, and he's driven in 29 this year. So the base is loaded. And ball 1. Cardinals defensively, the alignment, Carpenter well off the line, even with the bag at third, maybe even a step or 2 in. And playing him to pull on the infield, straight away in the outfield.
Yeah, you had an idea about Herrera batting .318 against left-handed pitching.
Here's a 1-0. We've seen at times a more consistent breaking ball this year out of Brett Cecil.
Yes, that's true. Throwing him more for a strike than he did last year. A disastrous year for Cecil.
There are your runners. Bases loaded for the Phils. And the 1-1 hit on the ground. Out at second, and a wide throw, and it gets away, and 2 runs will come in to score. Cecil got the ground ball, and with that it's a 5-3 Phillies lead.
Jed Jerko received that ball on the outside part of second base. Had to bring the ball back around, and the throw was errant. Looked like Martinez's stretch was a little awkward at first base. And if he stretches with that left foot toward right field, perhaps he makes the play. He's a tall guy. But boy, a killer error right there.
It's an error on Jerko, his second of the day. Extends the inning to the switch hitter, Carlos Santana. RBI single in the first and flied out to center. Brett Cecil did his job. He got the ground ball.
Yep. So I guess that's 1 RBI for Herrera, right?
Yep.
The other not an RBI because of the error on Jerko.
That's hit down the left field line, but foul.
It's not unusual in Major League Baseball to find some of the smallest things that open up the floodgates to multi-run innings. Think about this inning. Gant fields a ball that would have gone foul. Actually, Matt Carpenter helped him out, but it was a little late, saying, let it go, let it go, let it go. A little late. So the pitcher reaches with 1 out, nobody on. Otherwise, you have a chance to pitch to the pitcher. And now the error on a double play ball by Jerko. In its simplest form, baseball is a very simple game to play. But players are not robots.
The 2-1 pitch. Instead of check on the runner. With those 2 errors, it has led to runs, unfortunately, for or from the Cardinals' perspective. 3 of them.
Error in the first inning. Rhys Hoskins scoring on a single by Santana.
The 2-1 pitch. 3-1.
That's why baseball is such a tough game to play, Dan. You've got to you've got to be good in all facets. You've got to be good as a thrower. You've got to have good hands defensively. You've got to have quick hands as a hitter. You've got to have a good eye. Can't swing at bad balls. It's a very difficult game to play for obvious reasons when you're around baseball all your life. But when you look back on games, some of the simplest games and reasons why you lost are some of the simplest things that all you have to do is let the ball roll foul or make the double play or this, that, or the other thing. I mean, the big home runs are not always the difference in the ball games.
And a walk. With all that you just said, it really stands out at this level. These guys are so good, they make you pay.
That's right. You make a simple mistake, they turn it into a huge mistake.
Mike Maddox to visit with Cecil to allow Tui Valala to get loose. You can join us for Ritz kickoff to summer weekend. June 1st through the 3rd. On Friday, June 1st, 30,000 fans 16 and older receive a stainless steel tumbler featuring Yadier Molina, courtesy of Apple Vacations. We get a gold or a silver Yachty tumbler. Find out on Friday, June 1st. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Michael Franco, first pitch, a ball. 0 for 2. He's popped out and also grounded out to third. Temperature starting to drop here at the ballpark. Get a feeling of rain coming. Saw enough of that last night. That's all I got to say about that.
Concur.
So a 2-0 pitch. Ground ball sharply hit. Carpenter stays with it and makes the play. Billy Strand a pair, but they retake the lead. West. Hear from David Eckstein. He'll be in town on Monday. That's a theme night. Chance to visit with David and his wife, who has a new book coming out. And that's Cardinals Insider tomorrow at noon on Fox Sports Midwest. The pinch hitter for Brett Cecil will be Dexter Fowler. The switch hitter, and then Pham and Carpenter against Zach Eflin. Cardinals have been out hit 4-2 in the game, and they trail 5-3. Been 6 unearned runs combined the last 2 games of this series. Let's cross the Cardinals here today, and they trail by 2. The curveball misses outside. Three infielders on the right side and a 2-1 pitch. The fly ball lifted into right field. And it drops. Fowler on his way to second. Standing up. Long way to go for Hoskins. Couldn't come up with it, and Fowler is aboard. Tying run comes to the plate.
Well, credit Fowler being on second base and hustling to second base. And Hoskins had the awareness, and he made a stronger throw. There may have been a play on Fowler at second base.
Dexter will take it. It's a double. His first double since April 24th, and now Pham showing bunt and looks at a ball.
Franco back at third. Tommy Pham is an excellent bunter for a base hit, trying to get that first and third situation with nobody out.
He's hitting .346 this year with runners in scoring position. And the 1-0 to Tommy. Cardinals were hitless in the first 3 innings, and now 8 of the last 9 have reached. High fly ball lifted into right. It's Williams with the catch. Fowler tags up from second to third. So Pham at least moves the runner up to third. Brings in Carpenter. We'll see how the Phillies want to play defensively.
They've got to play back. 5-3 game with a 2-run lead. With a 1-run lead, maybe you play in the middle innings.
To me, the more the question I was kind of throwing out there with the statement, though, is how much of an exaggerated shift. Knew they were going to play back, but you could see in the Phillies not exaggerating the shift as much as they were in game 1.
Yeah. Well, especially with Santana on at first base. If I'm Gabe Kapler, I move Santana back about 3 steps. I mean, we've seen Carpenter pace that first baseman in at bats in this series.
Luis Garcia, reliever for the Phillies, throwing in their pen. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Here's a situation that where Matt Carpenter is not only looking for a strike, but his strike. It's got to be a fastball on the inside part of the plate where he likes it, not away.
When Matt Carpenter first came up, he was hitting little flares to left, and we forget that. It was Mark McGwire, John Mabry, and said they got to him and they said, hey, you can pull the ball and pull it with power.
With authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he set the all-time record for doubles in a year, breaking Stan the Man's mark.
55 doubles.
And then he was a home run hitter.
See, that was not a fastball to his liking. That pitch was away. That's why Matt turned to home plate umpire Larry Van Over and said, was that a strike? See, this is not in his wheelhouse. It's in the pitcher's wheelhouse. Those are the things that, you know, it's an inexact science hitting, but those are the things that hitters, pitchers, catchers try to combat, try to counter.
And now the 2-2 pitch. Full count. Wind is picked up here at the ballpark, blowing out to right. From the top of Ballpark Village, that shot. Dark, yeah, dark clouds rolling in. 3-2. Boy, how do you take that pitch?
That was great at bat. It was low, but close.
Here's Jose Martinez, runners at the corners. Think about this series, and maybe this is a jump start for the year of Matt Carpenter. He's had some good at bats in this series.
Yes, he has. And that last day, we mentioned earlier, that last game in Minnesota, where he had single, double, double his last 3 at bats.
2 on for Martinez. And pretty soon they're going to have to put on the lights here at Busch Stadium. It's gotten dark here at the ballpark.
Jose Martinez with a big hit would turn the lights on.
You bet.
In this ballpark.
One and one. Talking with Bob Gibson before the game about today's game. He said, I can't believe how many hitters take strike one. You take strike one, he's talking about himself. He said, I got you.
Funny how we talked about that in game 1 of this series. Our main agenda.
One ball, 2 strikes on Martinez. Pulled foul. Right now the ballpark has a look of when Robert Redford made his debut in the Natural. Hit one to right, tore the cover off the ball, and it started to rain. He slid into third. It has gotten dark here at the ballpark.
That movie shot in Buffalo, New York at War Memorial Stadium in, I believe, 1961 or 2.
Here's a 1-2. Martinez, little flare into right. It is caught. Fowler will tag up, and that'll make it a 5-4 Phillies lead. RBI 29 for Jose Martinez. This is as dark as I can remember it. And with that, they're going to stop the game. Fowler going back to tag up, and this makes it a 5-4 Phillies lead. And Gabe Kapler is not happy that they are pulling the tarp on the field. He is upset.
Yeah, I mean, why would he be upset? All he has to do is look up. it's not exactly like the Phillies are leading 9-1. It's a one-run ball game. I don't understand this.
Well, the older days, it would not be an official game yet, but
Yeah,
today's
but
day and age, I mean, we wait all day to play the game.
5-4 ball game. Come on. They're trying to be fair. I mean, if a grounds crew ever had an opportunity to think it's going to rain, it's now.
Yeah.
I mean, common sense.
Wind
Hello?
is swirling. It's gotten chilly,
Yeah.
and it's ready to pour.
Looks like it's 7:15
Yeah, it really does.
instead of 3:15.
So it's a Helitech rain delay. And now the rain just started, and it begins to pour.
Where's Gabe?
What do you think now?
Now there, take that.
Take that. It's pouring. Perfect timing. And they got that tarp on the field just at the right time. The Cardinals are trailing by the score of 5-4. There's a look at Luis Garcia. Both teams will have two different pitchers when we get back to action. Garcia for the Phillies, and for the Cardinals it'll be Sam Tuivailala. And when we do get back to action, it'll be a man at first base. That's Matt Carpenter, and Marcell Ozuna coming up at the plate. Take you back to the fourth and this inning and how the Cardinals scored their runs. Marcell Ozuna put the ball in play. Good things happen. An error on Santana. And then Jed Jerko made him pay. That would drive in two. They tie the game up at 3-3 in the fifth. Cardinals trailing 5-3, and then this soft liner into right off the bat of Jose Martinez to bring in Dexter Fowler. And that's where we stand right now with the score of 5-4. Phillies starting to stretch and make their way back onto the diamond. And now the new pitcher that's in is Luis Garcia. This will be our Chevy call to the pen. It looks like Pedro Florman is also into the ball game, so this will be a double switch. We'll get word on that in just a moment. The numbers on Garcia: his 23rd appearance. He has a record of 2-1, ERA below 3.5. The 22 games that he's appeared in, that's most on the staff of the Philadelphia Phillies. Been only 16 innings in those 22 appearances. So Gabe Kapler has gone to this big right-hander an awful lot. We started our day introducing you to those of the 68 NL Championship Club that made their way back to St. Louis. The first pitch thrown by Bob Gibson to my partner today, Tim McCarver. Great to have Lou Brock and Bob Gibson a part of our telecast here this afternoon. And now Marcell Ozuna will dig in. Ozuna mentioned that he put the ball in play back in the fourth, resulted in an error, and then eventually came around to score on the single that drove in two by Jed Jerko. And Ozuna also popped out to second. Scott Kingery is moved to third. He was originally at short, so Florman is at short, and Kingery takes over for Franco at third base. And Garcia, he's your new pitcher. Eflin, the starter today for the Philadelphia Phillies, he pitches into inning number 5, but that's it. Got a couple of outs and out of the game. Very tough with a delay like this to expect your starter to come back, and certainly not the case here with the Phillies. John Gant made the start for the St. Louis Cardinals. He gave way to Brett Cecil, and then we'll see Sam Tuivailala get set for the start of the 6th inning. So the base runner with 2 outs is Matt Carpenter. Grounds crew once again a great job to get the field ready and the tarp on the field at just the right time. Ozuna 0 for 2. Outfield is deep. They play him the other way. And the first pitch up and in, and we're back in action. That pitch at 98 from Garcia. Cardinals with just 3 hits in this game. They've been out hit 4-3. Very short lead at first by Carpenter, and the 1-0 pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're wondering, the rain delay 45 minutes, and last night 1 hour and 35 minutes. As we ended game 2 of the series past midnight. The quick turnaround here for game number 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's the pitch there. Sometimes you'll see Ozuna pull off on. Who knows? Comes to a new city, new organization, some pressure that he applies to himself. That's the case with any player. He's still trying to pick up career home run number 100. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Had him out in front again, and a souvenir just below us to our right. Fans start to file back in after heading for cover. They had to do that in a hurry. Wasn't just a light rain, it was a downpour. And pitch in the dirt. He evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned how the Phillies have played very well as of late. Winners of 7 of their last 10. The Cardinals with 4 wins in their last 10. And even with those struggles, find themselves just a game and a half out. The 2-2 pitch. Ozuna with a fly ball hit down the left field line. Long way to go for Hoskins, near the line, and makes the catch. That ends the bottom of 5. Tuivailala coming on. Well, the BJC Healthcare difference maker, John Gant, the starter of the Cardinals. 4 1/3, 3 hits, 4 runs, gave up 2 earned, and he is your BJC Healthcare difference makers. Worked out of the bullpen, he's been a starter and did a fine job today. He gave way to Brett Cecil, who now gives way to Sam Tuivailala. It'll be Nick Williams, Scott Kingery, and Andrew Knapp. And this is our Chevy call to the pen, the 10th appearance on the young season for Sam Tuivailala. Nick Williams 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts and lines that foul. Look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal. Good fastball and a breaking pitch. More now the traditional 12-6. Incorporated a cutter for a long time, but now more the curveball used by Tuivailala.
And a good curveball too.
Rain delays in a baseball game sometimes can be a good thing.
That's exactly right.
Especially when you're having a reunion.
Well, it gave me a chance to go up and the suite here at the ballpark and see Julian Javier. He's got 20 grandchildren, 7 great-grandchildren. I think most of them were here today.
That's great.
His son's a doctor in Florida, Cheech. And I remember Cheech, he went, well, and just what a beautiful family. I mean, and Ray Washburn and Bev, and talking to Ray Washburn, you talk about a guy who could buzz the ball when he was young. He shut out the Jersey City, and I forgot their their nickname. Jersey City in 1961 shut them out 6 times. 6 times in one season at old Roosevelt Stadium in New Jersey, right across from New York City. And broke bats. He was nasty.
That's a nasty pitch right there.
Good curveball from Tuivalala.
It brings in Kingery, who's 0 for 2. Talking with Bob Gibson before the game today, and just how the game is played, how it's pitched, what hitters are doing with launch angle. And he said one thing that I could do, meaning Bob, what he's talking about, is pitch up. He said, I pitched up with a fastball. And I said, well, you had that little extra giddy up too. He said, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that would allow me to pitch up in today's game. And then we talked about, guys take that first pitch strike a lot. This looks to be playable. Barron is over, makes the catch. So Sam has gotten the first 2.
In 1964, in Game 5, Bob started. He eventually went 10 innings, beat the Yankees 5-2, and with 2 out and 1 on in the bottom of the 9th inning, Tom Tresh hit the first pitch for a home run. A ball down and in, hit it to center field at Yankee Stadium. The only reason that the Yankees didn't win that game was the play that Bob Gibson made on Joe Pepitone. A lot of people have forgotten about that, but it was a basketball play. It was a play on a ground ball hit back. Pepitone ran fairly well, and Bob knocked it down and threw it off balance going toward third base, and only Gibson could have made that play. Otherwise we lose the game 3-2.
Harlem Globetrotters played basketball at Creighton. On his way to the Hall of Fame, Bob Gibson.
I interviewed Tom Heinsohn once, and he said, I had 30 points the same night that your partner had 30 points. I said, what do you mean my partner? Who's my partner? He said, Bob Gibson.
Wow.
I said, Tom was with Holy Cross. Creighton was playing Holy Cross. They both had 30 points that night.
It's a pretty good talent.
That's Bob Room with Meadowlark Lemon of the Globetrotters.
Bob felt it got a little too goofy for him, the competitiveness of the Globetrotters.
Yeah, because he had to do what the Globetrotters said do. Bob wanted to make points. Bob wanted to win.
Well, they were going to win.
They were going to win, but in unorthodox ways. That's right.
Tell you what, Tuivalala looked sharp. They scored the 6th inning.
Ball. My gosh.
So it'll be Jerko to lead things off. He's driven in 2 today. Jerko, Wong, O'Neal coming up. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jed Jerko 1 for 2, and that base hit was back in the fourth that scored 2. Garcia got the final out in the bottom of the 5th inning and starts it off here in the 6th. This might be a good matchup for Jerko. Garcia has a fastball that can get to 99, and we've talked about just how well he hits that fastball.
Turn any fastball in the National League around.
Gets a breaking ball there, 0-2.
2 nasty pitches from Garcia.
Two for 5 against this right-hander. The pitch that's popped up on the infield. It's Pedro Florman, as you remember, part of that double switch. Florman at short, and Kingery went to third base. Could be a part of the Cardinals Care 6K run. It's coming up in September. That's a Sunday. We'll be out of town. Jackie Joyner-Kersee, always a part of that, and it's a big day here in St. Louis. Wong dropping down a bunt near the line. Santana tags him out.
Too close to the line on that bunt. Easy play for Santana, but what Colton was trying to do was to get it between the pitcher and the first baseman. Too much right into the position.
And Wong is hitless today, 0 for 3. And it brings in Tyler O'Neill. Spins away from a breaking ball. And the 0-1 pitch. Inside, nearly hit him.
Funny how we talk about it, how the game's changed. I mean, neither the first baseman nor third baseman are on the line to prevent against the extra base hit. Used to be so automatic. Kenny Boyer was the first guy that introduced that term to me, guarding the line. I said, what does that mean? I was in the big league. I said, what does that mean? What do you mean, guarding the line?
You hadn't heard that before the bigs?
I had never heard that. I was in my first year. I was 21, in my first full year with the Cardinals in '63. I'd never heard the term guard the line, which gives you an idea of what kind of training I had in the minor leagues. Joe Schultz, boys, you got to pound that Budweiser. That was Joe.
That was the training.
That was the training. He was like a father to me. He was my manager for 3 years, 60, 61, and 2.
3-1 pitch. O'Neill out to deep left. First home run in the big leagues. Ties it up at
5. Oh, Canada. $45,000 Canadians here at Busch Stadium. Oh my God. And I mean, did he crank it at the front of the line? He loves it and should.
They want a curtain call. Barron, base hit into left as O'Neill takes the curtain call. See, Stephen Barron hasn't been around long enough where fans here in St. Louis, they will do that, and other places they just don't. And Barron picks up the hit. They'll throw that ball out. A couple of neat moments back to back, the home run and the first hit.
First extra base hit, first RBI, first home run, obviously, after getting his first hit last night. And now Barron back to back. Does Tyler O'Neill look like Jim Edmonds?
A little bit.
A little bit, doesn't he?
392 feet. The pinch hitter now is Greg Garcia. And a strike.
Boy, he crushed that ball. Got out of here in a hurry.
I don't know if I've ever seen that where a rookie's getting a curtain call and then the next guy up gets his first ever major league hit during the curtain call. Not the best of timing, but who cares?
That's a great point and a great observation. I don't think I've ever seen it either. Where the first major league hit for a new team is during the curtain call.
Yep. Stephen Barron's thinking, man, they do this with every first hit. This is incredible. Now, Barron had been in the big leagues. His first major league game was September 9th of 2015, but he had never gotten a hit. You know that was weighing on him for a few years. You get up to the big leagues and you don't get a hit. It's happened before, but
sure,
that'd be tough to live with.
You're up for a while, and then it's going to take you 4 years to get your first major league hit. Long time coming.
Perseverance.
Yeah.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Garcia. Pulled the string and a strikeout. Tyler O'Neill, his first ever big league home run. He knew it too. It ties the game up. 5-5. Big league homer ties it up at 5-5. Jordan Hicks into the game, and with more on Tyler O'Neill, let's check in with Jim.
Big couple of days for Tyler. Back in the lineup today after getting his first major league hit last night. Tyler told me getting that first one out of the way feels like a big monkey off my back. Now I can relax and focus. O'Neill did get the ball, not until after the Phillies had thrown it to the wrong dugout. Tyler said after Chris Conroy gets it ready for display, the ball will go to his mom, and Danny has a decision to make. Does mom now get 2 souvenir balls?
Well, not sure if that home run made its way back onto the field, but many times the Cardinals security people will go out, find the fan that caught the ball, and then say, hey, can we do a little exchange? Can we get that ball, but we'll get you maybe a picture with Tyler O'Neill, or a bat signed, or a ball signed. Many times they do that. Jordan Hicks throwing hard again.
Dan, I don't know if you remember, I guess it was a Luke Voigt homer. We were trying to get the ball for his grandma.
Oh, yeah, I do.
And
remember.
I tried. The kid wouldn't give it up.
No.
And I offered a Ricky Horton Glossy, and he still wouldn't budge.
That was shocking. Here's a ground ball that's hit to Jed Jerko. I remember it quite well. It was, I think it may have been in Big Mac land or just to the left of Big Mac land. I mean, it was an absolute bomb off the bat of Voigt. And Jim, being the great reporter that we know that he is, Tim,
Yes.
he had to dig it out, get the story, and he was a young man, a fan, and he did not want to give that ball up. But Jim, to his credit, offered him a hot dog and a Horton Glossy sign. Thought the hot dog might push it over the top. There's the bunt. Hicks not in time. Hernandez is aboard. Play really develops slowly.
Yeah, Jordan took a lot of time getting off the mound. Not too sure he thought his catcher Barron was going to field that ball or attempt to, but it did take slow to develop. Barehanded, and Hernandez smelling a hit, got one.
Jose Martinez, I can only imagine what's going through his mind when Jordan Hicks fields a ground ball. Oh no, here comes 102 at me.
Yeah, especially on a close play like that.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Hicks responds to getting hit for the first time at this level. Remember, last time out, did not record an out. It was 3 runs that went against him. There was a little bleeder to the right side, a broken bat. They went for a force play at second, didn't work out. Good fastball. It was the 4th bunt hit for Hernandez, 2nd most in baseball. Good speed. He had a stolen base back in the 3rd.
Oh. Double play situation. Jordan Hicks' slider is a routine slider. You can't, if you're a catcher, you can't think of his slider as the same as the fastball. Fastball's hit on the ground, the slider's hit in the air. So I think you just go ahead and challenge the left fielder for the Phillies, Hoskins.
Well, Hicks has been on the mound, not many base runners, but yet no stolen bases against him this year. And the 1-1 is pulled foul. Been remarking and talking about Bob Gibson today, and rightfully so, as we celebrate 68. And I was talking to Bob about Hicks, and he really likes him. I mean, obviously there's a lot of reasons to like him. But we're talking about the 102, and he said, you know, it's amazing to me, everybody can hit a fastball. Everybody. You can throw it 200 miles an hour, and big league hitters today, and for the most part for a long time, can catch up with a major league fastball. I thought the shot we had of Bob and Luke Weaver talking about the slider
was nice, wasn't it?
It's great. The 2-2 pitch could be a double play ball. Wong back to the bag, and that's all they'll get. Boy, Wong has got great range going to his right.
That's a tough play to make for obvious reasons. All your momentum is going toward left field. So you make the play. Number one, Hoskins a pull hitter. And this ball tapped the right. Not many second basemen would be in a position to make that play.
With the speed of Hernandez, if
Right.
Jerko gets to the ball, I'm not sure they'd be able to get that force play.
No, I agree. Plus he was deeper than Wong was. So Colton properly cut in front of the shortstop Jed Jerko to make the play and get the force.
It's a fun matchup here.
I was
League
thinking
leader
the
in hitting.
same thing, Dan.
A young flamethrower against the top hitter right now in the National League in terms of average. Previous pitch hit 102. .103. I have not seen that this year. 103. Just posted that up on the board here at the ballpark, and the oohs and the ahs.
Well, keep in mind that the Cardinals have had a guy that threw the ball over 100 miles an hour, and that's Trevor Rosenthal. We forget that. But of course, he didn't have the sinker that Jordan Hicks has. He had the speed, but not the sinker. Not all speeds are the same to a hitter.
Runner goes on the 0-2. Back to Hicks. Underhands to first. Nice work, Jordan Hicks, as he hit 103. The Cardinals have tied this game up. And we go to the top of the lineup. And Tommy Pham, Matt Carpenter, and Jose Martinez. On a day we celebrate 1968. Dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Well, they are looking at Knapp, the catcher, Andrew Knapp, as Tommy Hunter was getting loose.
Well, sometimes you get careless. You know, even in a game of catch, the one thing you want to protect if you're any position player is the throwing hand. 1970, on May 2nd, I got careless with Willie Mays as the hitter and Lowell Palmer, who actually pitched for the Cardinals at one time. Count was 0-1, and I was protecting my hand, and I allowed it to, with the back of the hand facing our pitcher Lowell Palmer. Willie Mays was fooled on the pitch off the end of the bat, and it just crushed my right hand. 1 out later, same inning, Mike Ryan, our backup catcher, had his left hand broken.
So both catchers out.
I broke my right hand. He broke his left hand in the same inning, 1 out apart.
So who caught then after that?
Jim Hutto, an outfielder, who caught sparingly in the minor leagues. Then they called up a catcher with the Phillies, a Kurt Floodless Philadelphia Philly team.
So Tommy Pham, 5 hits aside, 5-5 game. Tommy, a base hit back in the 4th to left, and a run scored. And the first pitch slowly hit towards third. Kingery, throw offline. Pham off to the races. He will stop at second base. For the Phillies have thrown the ball all over the place in this series.
Scott Kingery actually with a couple of errors in last night's ball game. And that's switching around so many positions, playing shortstop one day, third base another, overthrows first baseman Santana. Tommy Pham alertly looking over his right shoulder and going to second. Tough play for Kingery, knowing he has to hurry with the speedy Pham on the bases.
It's a base hit and then the error. So Pham a 2-hit day, and now Matt Carpenter. This would be the one time you'd say, well, if you're going to hit in the shift, do it now and advance Pham
absolutely.
to third base.
Not really giving yourself up by pulling the ball. That's what Carpenter does anyway. That's why they're shifting. So you can, it's a combination of two things. You're trying to get a hit to the right side, or you're moving Pham along.
A big gap in right center. See Carpenter put one there. Or there. Base hit into right. Pham, he'll score. And the Cardinals have the lead. Carpenter into second, sliding in. Redbirds on top, 6-5.
RBI number 16 for Carpenter, who continues his hot hitting. 2 walks today. 5th double of the year. In the process, without seeing a team, we haven't seen the Phillies this year, but you find out a lot about the defense of a team. Scott Kingery, his 3rd error in 2 days, and Matt Carpenter, that ball into right field, overthrown at second base, was the arm of Nick Williams.
5 errors in the last 13 innings of the series for the Phillies. And the Cardinals, it's one thing you make an error, but it's another when you capitalize, and the Cardinals have done that.
Yes, they have.
So the runner at second is Carpenter. Cardinals now on top, 6-5. And here's Jose Martinez. RBI back in the 5th inning. His 29th of the year. Carpenter 4 doubles in his last 4 games. He's raised his average 38 points in the last 4 games.
Cardinals have come from behind today twice, from 3-0 and from 5-3, showing pluck and determination.
The 2-1 almost got Ali Marmol. Wow. Oh boy.
That's why coaches, it's mandatory that they wear plastic helmets in the coach's box. That was after the death of Scott Coolball, was it?
Yes.
Scott Coolball, about 5 to 10 years ago in Tulsa, I believe.
The 2-2. Martinez hits it to short.
Good base running by Carpenter. The way you gauge it is if the ball is right at you, you go to third. If the ball is to your right, you stop. That ball is right at Carpenter, and he took off immediately. You could see the shortstop cutting to where Carpenter was, and he gets the out, but Carpenter moves up 90 feet.
And the infield drawn in. Here's Marcell Ozuna. 0 for 3 today. Reached on an error and scored back in the 4th. Ball gets away and it comes right back to Knapp.
That's a good read right there. That ball came right back to Knapp. Carpenter's not a fast runner, and you gotta err on the side of caution, I think, there.
Ozuna hits it sharply to Florimon, and Carpenter is tagged out.
Well, the troubles for Ozuna continue and continue. Infield in, shortstop, ground ball right to him on the slider. Carpenter, as we said, not a fast runner, dead at home.
And so it brings in Jerko. He had the base hit, the single. That scored 2 back in the 4th. He's also popped out to short and struck out. Ooh, got a fastball and taps it foul. Greg Holland is getting loose in the Cardinals' pen. Boy, after watching Hicks, I'd be tempted to throw him one more inning.
Why not? Just so many managers and organizations that have hysteria about pitching a young pitcher 2 innings in a row. You know, if he had he didn't have that, throw that, how many pitches did he throw? About 18, 19?
Oh, I don't even think it was that many. It was only 12.
12. I mean, come on. 10 strikes. Oh.
So far, you give the bullpen some credit here as Cecil came in, crucial spot, got a double play ball that did not work out.
Right.
Did his job, and then you had Chewy Valala very sharp, Jordan Hicks. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Jerko with a fly ball out to left.
Off the end of the bat.
Yep, and it's caught. The Cardinals, though, with 7 hits in this game. An error by Kingery in St. Louis makes him pay. Matt Carpenter, 4th double, last 4 games. Birds on top. Greg Holland. This will be appearance number 16. Cardinals a different look defensively in this inning as well. Jose Martinez is out of the game. Jairo Munoz, just recalled, takes over at short. Jed Jerko goes from short to third. Matt Carpenter from third to first. There are the changes. One ball, one strike on Carlos Santana. Santana, RBI base hit, a single in the first inning.
Been tough for Greg Holland signing late with the Cardinals. Had almost no spring training. Had no spring training. I think the Cardinals were 2 weeks in when Greg Holland signed. Maybe 3 weeks
Signed him on
in.
opening day.
Oh, signing.
Yeah,
opening
we were in
day.
New York.
Okay, that's right.
And it was only about 1 week. He made 2 or 3 appearances in the minor leagues. That was it. And you certainly, you don't fault Mike Matheny if the reports are coming back that, hey,
right.
he's ready to go. You use him. This is an all-star closer.
Absolutely.
The 2-2 pitch. It's fouled back. I've got to wonder if more free agents, though, with guys like Holland, Lance Lynn, Alex Cobb, that were holdouts and didn't sign until late or had no spring training, and they're off to slow starts. If there's going to be more free agents that say, I need to sign and I've got to use, especially pitchers.
And particularly guys who are in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that need the work, and they're the ones who are more or less going to pitch immediately. Oh.
These two used to be in the American League Central Division. Santana, the Indians, and Holland with Kansas City, and he's 0 for 10 with 4 strikeouts. 3-2 the count. And a ground ball. Tricky hop to Carpenter. He'll take it, handles it, flip to Holland for the out.
I think it hit the bag,
I think
Danny.
it may have.
I think the front part of the bag could have been a very tough play for Matt Carpenter. He stayed with it to Holland covering. We'll check it out. No, it did not.
It's one of those balls. It's got top spin and it hits perfectly where it jumps. Aaron Altair will be the batter. And you have Nick Williams at the on-deck circle. Outfield is straight away. Strike one. And sometimes you watch Holland with that slider and it just breaks off the table. That's a better one.
Good change right there. Sometimes a guy, it's either a change or a slider. Sometimes a guy, by his very grip, will take something. You hear that a lot. He took a little off. Maybe he didn't intend to take it off. He just gripped it tighter.
Well, it's what Bob was talking about, taking a 2-seam grip and using the pressure point of the index finger.
And the pressure point of of a middle finger on the seams of a baseball could be light, heavy.
Strikeout of Altair.
Good slider to get Altair. Here's the grip right here. See it? It's a slider, almost like it's a funky slider. It's not your normal slider that can be picked up easily.
I think part of that too, Tim, especially for left-handed batters, he jumps at those hitters.
Yeah, that there is something to that.
I mean, watch how he falls off the mound here on this pitch. It's going right at the left-handed batter.
What does that make you do? It makes you commit too soon. That's the one thing. Remember, hitting is quick hands and waiting. And anything a pitcher does that makes you not wait is good for the pitcher.
Where you get concerned with a slider, especially against a left-handed batter, is if it doesn't break, it sits on a tee.
Yeah, that's that cement mixer
Yep.
that the players talk about. Goes a long way.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Nick Williams. Lefty's only hitting 143 against him this year. Our crowd today, 44,431, 44431. You always talk about what if. What if Holland can get back to the level that he was, and a Jordan Hicks and a Bud Norris at the back end of games? You're talking about a bullpen that could be very good.
Mm-hmm. They have to all come together at once, however.
3 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs, nobody on. 6-5 St. Louis. The 3-1 pitch and a 2-out walk. Sunday, June 3rd, 30,000 fans 16 and older take home a unique bobblehead of former Cardinals pitcher Chris Carpenter, his memorable slide during the 2011 World Series. Don't miss free Prairie Farms frozen treats. And it's the final day of the Ritz kickoff to summer weekend. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Chris Carpenter. Bob Gibson said, when I asked him, who do you like to watch pitch? He said, I like that Chris Carpenter. Reminds me of me. Both were nasty. That pitch low and in the dirt. Holland now, one of the issues has been walks, 14 walks in 11 innings. Cardinals, you know, they haven't been shy about using Bud Norris more than 1 inning. That may be the case today. You don't know. As I say that, Bud Norris starts to get loose and grab a baseball.
But just getting up because Holland retired the first 2 hitters rather quickly.
Yep. That throw over directed by Mike Matheny to give Norris some time to get loose. Ball, 1 strike. Last time that Norris had a save opportunity turned out to be a 5-out save in Minnesota. He's got 2 of those this year. Inside corner, 1-2.
I think if you're Gabe Kapler, you're sending the runner here. Hope that Holland throws something in the dirt.
It's a great point when you think about his slider. A lot of pitches in the dirt.
Right. And it's not exactly a battle test to catcher for the Cardinals back there either. And Stephen Barron.
And the 1-2 is hit out to deep left. Ozuna back near the wall, and it's off the wall. It's by Ozuna, and the run will score to tie this game up. Nick Williams. He was able to reach, and then Kingery atones for the error.
He atoned for all 3 errors. 2 last night, 1 today. That ball, actually, Ozuna too close to the wall, and you could see Munoz almost reaching that ball. The triple for Kingery, his 2nd of the year. Now,
Jorge Alfaro will be the pinch hitter.
For this season to work, Dan, for the Cardinals, Holland's got to get right. Thus far, he's not. But for the Cardinals to do anything, you just can't continue to rely on Bud Norris.
He's been falling behind. 1 of 5 first pitch strikes. He had the 2-out walk and then the triple by Scott Kingery. Cardinals have Wong, O'Neill, and Barron coming up. 2 balls and no strikes. Two balls, 1 strike. And if you're Mike Matheny, I think, as you talk about, you got to get him right. So where do you put him to get him right?
It's a tough job. Like Brett Cecil. Another project where you got to get him right. Had a good outing today.
3-1. If he walks him here, you've got Florimon coming up.
Now, if he walks him here, you're almost forced to bring in Bud Norris.
Yeah, I'm thinking that way too. Tie game in the 9th, you'd bring him in anyway.
Yeah.
Here's a 3-1. 3-2. He's had 14 walks this year. 6 of those 14 have come around to score. And a 3-2 pitch to Alfaro. Ground ball up the middle. It's a base hit. Run scores. Phillies have the lead at 7-6. The 2-out walk, then the triple, and now an infield hit.
Now, more or less, it's a cliche, but the cat's out of the bag. So Mike Matheny, I think, leaving Holland in there. I was just going to say, probably going to leave Holland in there to see if he can get back on that pace, but he's going to put Bud Norris back in the game. A little mystifying, I think.
And 2 outs here in the top of the 8th, and it looked like Holland was going to just sail on through this 8th inning. Got the first 2 and then a walk, triple, single.
That walk opens the doors for a lot of bad things that can happen.
13 of 14 inherited runners have been left stranded. 7th in baseball by Bud Norris. And Barron couldn't find it. Alfaro advancing to second base.
Well, between innings, Dan, I think it's fair to say that, you know, and this is not a second guess because we talked about it when it didn't happen, but why not leave Hicks in for 2 innings? Threw 12 pitches, for crying out loud.
Be a pass ball on Barron.
Sooner or later, you're going to have to do it, aren't you?
Put yourself in the best spot to win.
I think, yeah. 1-run ball game. Hicks gave up a bunt single, and that was it.
So 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs and a runner at second base. Pedro Florman has hit 2 home runs in this series. Also pitched in the game last night. One and 2. Those home runs, first time he's ever gone back-to-back in a game. And then the following night, he's got his hands full. One and two the count. Seven hits aside and a 7-6 Phillies lead. The 2-2. 3-2. Had two lead changes the last two innings, and the Cardinals would love one more. Three-two, Norris to Florimon. He walked him. Four consecutive batters have reached after Holland got the first two. We head back to the top of the Phillies lineup, and Cesar Hernandez. He's been on base 3 times. So runners at first and second. Hernandez has grounded to short, walked and scored, stole a base, singled and scored in the 5th, and a bunt base hit in the 7th. 2 outs, 2 on. There's strike 1. Cardinals were down 3-0 in the game, tied it up 3-3 in the 4th. Fell behind 5-3. St. Louis with runs in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Short-lived lead. Now 7-6 with the Phillies. 2 spot here in the 8th and trying to add more. 0-2. Bud Norris, by the way, 21 innings coming into this appearance, 29 strikeouts.
And a very good backdoor slider, one that he throws away to left-handers.
And a strikeout. Phillies strand 2, pick up 2, and pick up a lead. Wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. And by Ford, going further so you can. A 7-6 score. Phillies with a 1-run lead as we move to the home half of the 8th. It'll be Colton Wong, Tyler O'Neill, and Stephen Barron. Sir Anthony Dominguez, we saw him in game 1. It's our Chevy call to the pen. His 6th appearance for the Phillies. And yet again, the Cardinals have to come back late. Now, the Cardinals, 7th inning or later, Tim, hitting right around 215 or so on the year. But boy, they've made the most of those hits. They have had a lot of comebacks, late inning drama.
They have. Talked about it going in, but actually before the first game. Talking about the first quarter of the season, the first 40 games. See if they can do it again. But it's tough to come from behind all the time. I mean, you got to have stability in the bullpen. And so far, the Cardinals haven't had that.
Altair stays in the game. He's in right. Alfaro is behind the plate. First pitch, a strike. And the 0-1. Wong has popped out to short. Hit into a fielder's choice. Tried to bunt his way on back in the 6th. And grounded it to the first baseman, Santana. 2 strikes. The Phillies pen 10th best in ERA in all of baseball, 3.69. The ERA for the bullpen of the Phillies. Wong slowly hit left side, may beat it out, diving for it, out at first. And the Cardinals clearly will take a long look at this. This could be a very important call right here. Ooh, that's close.
It was very close.
To the naked eye, I thought he was safe. Cardinals will challenge.
You know, it's almost like he withdrew his left arm as opposed to leaving it fully extended. I don't know. I'm still not convinced that you don't reach first base quicker by not sliding head first.
One replay, I thought he was safe. The other one, I thought he was out. Flip a coin. You know what I find too? The more I watch the replays, the more I then disagree with myself. I confuse myself. Now he's safe. Wait a minute. No, he's out. He's well, no, now I look at it again. He's safe. That's where I'm at with this one. All 3 reviews have just been those bang bang plays and important calls in the game. Question will be, his left hand was up, sliding for the bag. Then when he hits the bag, it comes down on it. Watch his left hand. It's up. The fingers are going up. Then hits the bag. Boy, that's close.
And it's dangerous. He is out. No irrefutable evidence that they should change it. But you know, if you have your fingers fully extended, then you run the risk of jamming a finger. It's not worth it. The sliding into first base. It's bad enough when you slide into second or third or home.
Slider to Tyler O'Neill. O'Neill with our Budweiser play of the game, his first ever big league homer. At that point, the ball game tied it up at 6. A ball and a strike. O'Neill was on a tear in the minor leagues. Cardinals hoping that carries over to some appearances here in the big leagues. And a liner that's caught. Santana leaping for it. Takes an extra base hit away.
Would have been an extra base hit. I didn't even think about that initially. But that ball would have squirted toward the line. And Altair was playing a little toward right center field. So that takes away a double. Nothing you can do about that.
Here's Stephen Barron. Barron, first ever major league hit in the 6th inning. He's also struck out and flied out. Good tailing action. 1-2. And he struck him out. Sends us to the 9th, and it's a 7-6 Phillies lead. Referring to Matt Carpenter in the 7th inning, double RBI, advanced to 3rd on a ground out. So the Cardinals had him at 3rd with only 1 out, could not bring him in. Here's Hoskins, first pitch fouled back. After tomorrow, the Kansas City Royals will be here in interleague play beginning on Monday night. Here's the 0-1. Out of play. 0-2. Few things I'd be curious with Mike Matheny if he flirted with the idea of Hicks for 1 more inning. There was talk that the Cardinals may use Hicks as a Archie Bradley type, that Arizona, you know, multiple innings, dominant kind of stuff. What point did he think about bringing in Norris? Was it even earlier but that inning just unraveled very quickly with the walk and then the triple.
It did. The 2 quick outs.
The strikeout of Hoskins. It's 12 strikeouts in the lineup of the Phillies. Here's Herrera, extended his on-base streak with a 2-run homer back in the 3rd.
Well, it's pretty clear that Greg Holland is out of sorts. Inconsistency. That in itself makes it tougher to continue to rely only on Bud Norris. And that was our reasoning behind the possibility of using Hicks for a 2nd inning. You're going to have to do that sooner or later.
You think about others maybe getting that late inning role, not necessarily Norris's role certainly, but a guy like Sam Tuivailala really good here today.
Yes, yes.
His closing experience in the minor leagues, so not foreign to him, late inning situations.
All-star for Memphis last year as a closer.
Good pitch. Boy, he tied him up. Two balls and a strike. Phillies had been 0-12 when trailing after 7 innings. That may change today if the Cardinals cannot come back. Two and two. Norris got a strikeout to end the 8th. A strikeout to start the 9th. And 2-2 on Herrera, who's extended his on-base streak to 45 consecutive games. Well, he's able to get that pitch in on lefties. He does that consistently.
You got 2 different types of sliders. One that cuts in below the hands of a left-handed batter inside, and one that stays away. Starts it out off the plate and tries to bite that corner outside to a left-handed batter.
Two and two the count. Out of play.
One thing you love about Bud Norris, he's the type of pitcher that has the mentality of gimme the ball. And guys love that. Managers love that. Gimme the ball. I'll think of something. And you don't know what's going to happen, of course, but that's the attitude he has. And players that play behind him love that.
A mound presence to him.
You bet.
The 2-2 did out of play. And a happy fan with a souvenir. Yeah, you. You. Tell you what, Herrera is not shy about taking his time getting in the batter's box. sometimes guys get fined. You don't hear about it. Just a letter appears in their locker stall.
Well, there should be more letters. Get them in there, one way or the other.
See, now before 2 years ago was a point of emphasis. If you had a foul ball like this, you could step out of the batter's box. But it's only supposed to be for a few seconds, and that's it. Here he is readjusting the gloves. Take his time getting in the batter's box.
Get gloves with better Velcro so you don't have to adjust them all the time.
I mean, that is part of the pace of play problem right there.
Absolutely. I could see it now in the New Yorker. Velcro in baseball.
Here's a 2-2 pitch to Herrera in the dirt. See, now right now he's not supposed to be able to step out of the batter's box.
That's right. Not supposed to be playing in the batter's box either.
Mess with the dirt, now steps out. And I always point this out. I mean, if you went to any fan at the ballpark right now, they care less about this. They're enjoying themselves. It's family time, whatever. But for baseball as a whole, a concern is the pace of play.
Absolutely. So put it into effect.
That was 45 seconds in which he should not have been out of the box. Now here he can, but it's only supposed to be for a handful of seconds, and boom, right back in. Let's go. This is a problem.
Not only that, getting back and doing further gardening.
And once you're in the box, you shouldn't be able to step out. So once he was in, for instance, the previous pitch, he fiddled with the dirt, then stepped out. That's not supposed to happen.
You're preaching to the choir.
This is not entertainment.
No, it's not.
And
it's not fun. It's not good watching. It's not good television. It's boring.
A 3-2 pitch. Oh, what a play here by Carpenter. Wow, what a play. That is a terrific play.
Yeah, Bud Norris and Chris Coughlin out there, trainer, pitching coach, and the manager Mike Matheny.
Now Norris did have a little issue, if memory serves correct, on a groin issue in spring, and it was about midway through, and I just wonder if that was something that has crept up here in this game. He went to cover the bag in a spring training start, and there's a little issue there, a little pull. A lot of times those linger. Mike Myers is up and throwing in the pen. With 23 pitches here, save opportunity tomorrow. He's had a tender arm. That's something to keep in mind going into game 4.
Had forearm problems, right?
Tricep tendonitis,
I believe
was the call.
Okay.
Yeah. And a ball upstairs. Carlos Santana at the plate. There's a strike. Stepped out of the box, was not supposed to do that. Again, I'm not trying to harp on it. I'm just bringing up a point here. You will not hear me on a game complain about a 9-inning, 4-hour game.
Of course not.
People don't want to hear it. But
no.
In terms of
rules are rules.
That's right. The pace of play and rules, they're not being followed.
Make a case that the future of the game depends on it, or at least depends some on it.
Steps out. Again, not supposed to happen. And this happens, and I don't mean to pick on Herrera or Santana. It's everybody in the game,
right,
for the most part. Three and two. Pitch number 29 for Bud Norris. And a ground ball to Carpenter. Norris at the bag, limping a little bit, it looked like. Final home for the Cardinals coming up. StubHub app. You can grab 100% MLB verified tickets until the first pitch, or sell your extras to another fan. Get the StubHub app today. StubHub, official partner of your St. Louis Cardinals. The eighth inning, the Phillies picked up 2, and with that, a 1-run lead. 7 hits aside, 2 errors aside. Let's get a look at the game summary. Here's Jairo Munoz. Dominguez still in the ball game and a strike. So Dominguez a chance to finish this one off. Hector Neris started the season as their closer. He had 3 blown saves.
It's mysterious what's happened in this. He hadn't pitched in this series.
He faced 1 batter in his previous appearance. That was it. 2 strikes on Munoz. And the 1-2. Tapped foul. Munoz had a game in spring training. He had 2 home runs in 1 inning against the Orioles, and the Cardinals said, all right, who is this guy? Forced his way onto the roster. Does have a little power. on the year, batting just 111, made the club out of spring, struggled a bit. And the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. After Munoz, Pham and Carpenter before this one's through. And a fly ball into right. Altair with the catch, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the 9th. Here's Tommy Pham. 2 hits today, 2 runs scored. Tommy Pham playing in his 39th game today. He has scored 36 runs. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1. See how Faro tried to pull that back in. The 2-1. That's a good example of a pace of a at bat that you can buy into.
That should be the case.
Stays in the box, and here we go. 3-1 pitch. Lifts it in the air down the right field line, and a foul ball. We were watching a Mets classic on SNY, and Ron Darling went the distance. He was on the team bus in wrapping up the 1988 division for the New York Mets, and you were on the call, and we were all just fascinated, and I mean this sincerely. Ron Darling pitched a complete game. A strikeout of Pham, and I mean Ron Darling got the ball and went right back to the pitching rubber, got a sign, and went. And the pace of that game, you were calling the game, and it just move. There's action, there's activity. And that's something baseball, I'm sure, and I know,
is lacking.
Yeah,
right.
and they're worried about it.
Yep. And should be worried about it.
Carpenter trying to have back-to-back multi-hit games since last July. Right now, he might have the hottest bat in their lineup, which is good to say. He gets it going. Fowler, Ozuna, that also could lead to a different year for the Cardinals. And the 1-0. Harrison Bader at the on-deck circle. He would pinch hit for Norris. The 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch to Carpenter. And the Cardinals down to their final strike. Time called. And a foul ball off the foot of Carpenter. Chris Conroy out. Matt Carpenter says he's all right. Ooh, off the shin, the right leg.
Those hurt.
Carpenter with a high fly ball. It's at the wall and caught. The Phillies hold on for a 7-6 win, and they take game 3 of the 4-game series. Carpenter gave it a ride.
After hitting one off his foot, long fly ball ends it. Tough loss for the Cardinals.